Good morning, everybody. Today we continue with open evidence. It is being transmitted by voice only. Those with mobile devices may transmit what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they are describing. They may not be used for recording or photography. Mr. Barr.
Thank you. Mr. Thomson, just a few questions arising from matters we covered yesterday. First of all, could we go to file 4, sir, C102, MPS 0003413. I asked you some questions yesterday about the circumstances in which you became involved speaking to Wendy about her decision to split up with her then partner. This is a report dated the 26th of May 2000 where we see some of your reporting on this issue and on other activists. So if we look first of all at the second paragraph of text, give you a moment to read that.
Yep.
And then if you look at the bottom page of text, please, the bottom paragraph. First of all, there would be quite a contrast between the way you were behaving towards these people undercover and the terms in which you were writing about them.
Certainly, yep.
Such that it might come as something of a shock for Wendy to have read this report, yes, given how you behave towards her.
Absolutely.
Secondly, the tone is flippant and disrespectful, isn't it?
I'd agree with that.
And so far as the activist's sexuality is concerned, what relevance did that have to policing?
I don't know. I say I reported anything.
Had you addressed your mind to the tone in which you were reporting and the content before you did so?
I would assume not.
Should you have done so?
Absolutely.
And if you had done so, would you have written up these reports differently?
Yes, they'd be a lot drier.
Why didn't you?
I don't know.
Can you help us at all?
No, I mean, I've described the process by which reports came to be written, which was sort of notes, conversation, and then the actual writing. They were obviously always intended for the very small audience anyway, and certainly not for the subject to ever read it. So I can only apologise for that bit, but no beyond that.
Can I take it from that answer that the nature of the audience influenced how you wrote?
Yes, I guess so.
And was there generally a culture of being disparaging about activists?
Yes, I suppose that's fair.
Can we take that document down now, please, and go in file 3, tab B82, sir, 19702. That's a UCPI number. Sorry, 19701. Forgive me. Right. Third time lucky. Sorry, it is MPS 0719701. MPS-0719-701. This is a document entitled Magenta Triangle Extraction Chronology and Timetable. We understand from the metadata it dates from the 19th of October 2001. Could we go to page 2, please? Under paragraph C, we see a paragraph about Wendy. Wendy recently moved into an address which she has bought following the death of her mother. Attempts to disrupt this purchase having failed, it is impossible to predict how long she might remain here. Wendy was a long-term living girlfriend of privacy and is a committed hunt saboteur and AR activist in her own right. She remains an integral part of the group that comprises MT's operation and must also be regarded as a remaining threat. Now, I explored with you yesterday the issue of threat. What I'm interested in now is the address. The address that Wendy had moved into was an address not far from your ex-wife and children. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was a source of concern to you and your managers from a security point of view?
Yes.
Because she might recognize you in your real-life identity. The address she had moved from was her mother's house. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
Which she had inherited but had to sell.
I believe so.
So the transaction was buying a new house not far from your ex-wife in circumstances where she was moving out of the family home.
Yes.
What conversations did you have with your managers about the fact that Wendy was thinking of moving to a home close to your ex-wife and children?
I don't recall any specific conversations.
We heard yesterday that you went to a house viewing with her. Did you go to one or more house viewings with her?
I can't remember that, but I accept that it happened.
You certainly knew she was going to move, didn't you?
Yes.
And that she was looking in the area close to your ex-wife and
At some
children.
point, certainly. Yeah.
You must have spoken to your managers about that, mustn't you?
I can't remember a specific conversation. I suspect I did, yes, but I can't remember it.
And it would have been a matter of operational concern to them.
It would have been.
Not just from the point of view of looking after your safety in the sense that you might be compromised, but also keeping the SDS secret.
Yes.
Did they suggest to you any ways of trying to persuade Wendy to move somewhere else?
I can't remember if they suggested anything particular.
Did they suggest anything in general?
Again, I can't remember talking to them about it.
Did you have any ideas along the lines of how can we prevent Wendy moving so close to my ex-wife?
I'm sure I tried to put her off. I'm sure I tried to put her off the area or something.
How?
I can't elaborate on that.
And such efforts as you might have made plainly failed.
And they did.
So when we arrive at the point at which Wendy is attempting to purchase the house close to your ex-wife's, what was done then?
Nothing as far as I'm aware.
Was the question of attempting to disrupt the purchase discussed with your managers?
Not beyond the extent that I've just said. That's the only thing I can remember about that.
Did you or your managers seek in any way to thwart that purchase?
Not beyond the extent to which I just said. I would have said it's not a nice area or something.
Was there any contact between you and the estate agent with a view to trying to undermine the purchase?
No.
Was there any contact between you and the solicitors to try and undermine the purchase? Was there any contact between you and any other official body with a view to undermine the purchase?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any such contact in relation to any of those three questions I've just asked you between your managers and people who might have been in a position to undermine the purchase?
No, not aware of any.
How then can we explain the words on the page, attempts to disrupt this purchase having failed?
Exactly as I said, me trying to say this isn't as nice an area as that or something.
Can I now move, if we could take that document down now, can I now move to some evidence that L3 gave? He said that you provided L1, 2 and 3 with some night vision equipment. Did you provide some night vision equipment to hunt saboteurs?
Can't remember providing it. I think I had some at one point.
Do you mean you lent it?
I don't think I lent it. I think we used it, but I had it.
So you would agree to the extent there was a night vision device which belonged to you or the police?
To me.
To you. Used for the purposes of watching wildlife?
Yep.
And facilitating hunt sabotage?
Not so much hunt sabotage, but sort of reconnaissance and that sort of thing, yes.
Reconnaissance for sabotage or reconnaissance for home visits?
Both.
And for any other activist
And
purpose?
for any other, yeah.
Why did you do that?
To facilitate that function, to prove our ability to recce.
And on your evidence, at least some of this activity would have been unlawful.
Yes.
So you were facilitating crime.
I accept that.
Did you tell your managers you were doing this?
I can't remember.
Would you have done so?
Yes, I think so.
Can you recall any reaction?
No.
Why did you do it?
As I just said, to facilitate the undertaking we were on, improve our credibility, be useful.
And presumably that would have enhanced your image as someone who had access to rather more money than many of them did.
I certainly had more money than they did, yeah.
L3 also described destroying badger traps
Yes.
with you. Did you participate in that activity?
I did,
Criminal damage.
absolutely.
Are you able to assist us with the value of a badger trap?
No.
How often did you participate in this sort of activity?
I think there was a period with badger traps particularly, there was a campaign. They were trapping in particular areas over several periods of time, whenever it was. So fairly regularly through that time.
Can you give us an estimate of how many badger traps you assisted in destroying?
No.
1 or 2, 10 or 20, hundreds?
Definitely not hundreds. You had to find them. Somewhere between 1 and 2 or 10, I suppose. I don't really know.
Were your managers aware that you were doing this?
Yes.
And was the intelligence used in any way, to your knowledge, to disrupt this criminality?
I don't know how it was used.
Were you aware of any efforts to disrupt the criminality?
Not directly, no.
Can I take it then that your managers were content for you to be participating in this level of criminal damage?
Yes.
Can we move back now to where we ended yesterday, which was the alleged plot to obtain a firearm in France? We'd got to the stage in the chronology where what is reported as a dry run was going to take place. Could we have up, please, from Volume 2, tab B57, 0009484. This is a file note recording a meeting between you and Bernie Greene and the author of the report, and if we go over the page we'll see that. Noel War, Sergeant War. If we go back to the first page, we see the meeting occurs on the 10th of November, and it is about events on the day before, the 9th of November. Do you recall this meeting?
Not particularly.
Does that mean you've got some sort of recollection of it?
I recall having meetings with BG at my house quite often.
Why did you meet your handler at your private home?
We did periodically, and I went to his periodically.
That wasn't my question. My question was, why did you do that?
I don't know. It was practice.
When you say it was practice, just for you, or was it common practice within the SDS?
No, it's common practice within the SDS.
Did this give rise to an air of informality?
I'm not sure it was substantially different. It was fairly informal, I suppose, but...
And did it give rise to a security risk?
No, I don't think so.
Can we look at the 7th line, please? Let's see.
Okay, yeah.
Did you obtain... In fact, I think I may have been redacted since I drafted my question, so I'll have to pass over that. Can I ask you, first of all, then, where was this decision to go to Calais taken?
I can't remember.
You went, is it right that you went with L1 and his girlfriend?
Yes.
And you were stopped by British customs on the way out?
Yep, I think that's right. Yep.
Just like to explore the state of mind of L1 and his girlfriend at this stage. Is it your evidence that L1 regarded this trip as a dry run for an excursion to obtain an illegal firearm?
Certainly to obtain something illegal, yes.
Well, there's quite a big difference
Yeah,
between...
I appreciate that, which is why I can't say specifically. I can't remember him saying that, which is why I was a bit unsure yesterday.
To what extent did you, as the driver, discuss with L1 the purpose of the trip?
To some extent, we certainly would have done before this.
And what did he say to you about the purpose of the trip?
I think to have a look at what security was in place at customs.
He said that to you?
I believe so. I mean, it
what-
would have been reported if we've got that report. That would be helpful.
In the context of what?
In the context of...
Why did he want you to look at security at the port?
Because we wanted to know that we could get back
From France with what?
from France with a weapon and black powder, as it transpired.
Well, you told me a moment ago you weren't sure that L1 knew that this was about a firearm.
Yeah.
What is your evidence?
I
Did he or
don't-
didn't he?
I don't know with complete certainty, and therefore I can't say with complete certainty that he did.
And if he didn't know it was about a firearm, what did he think it was about?
Something else. I mean, there's other bits of contraband one can get. I think he did, but I cannot remember a specific conversation where that was said.
And what was the state of mind of L1's girlfriend?
I can't remember.
Did she know that you were going to reconnoitre customs?
I doubt it very much.
Did she know anything about a plot to obtain a firearm?
I doubt it very much. I don't actually know who we're talking about at that stage.
Now you cross the channel using the Eurotunnel, and you say that the consequence of being stopped and searched was that L1 was rattled. Could you
Yes.
explain to us in what way L1 was rattled?
I don't think I can elaborate on what I've written there.
How did he show it?
I can't remember. It was an impression.
At the time, whilst you're travelling through customs and across the channel?
I think probably on the train as we were going outbound, yes. But I can't remember it.
And what was girlfriend's reaction?
I can't remember her at all. I don't think there was one.
You are then recorded as pointing out the random nature of the stop and working to reassure the group, or promising to work to reassure the group over the next few days. Is that an accurate record?
That must be, if that's what Bernie wrote.
Did you work to reassure the group over the next few days?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I presume exactly as it says there. It
Well,
was
it just says-
random, it was on the outbound. And then discussing the return.
And who would you have reassured?
I presume L1, L2, L3.
With a view to...
Continuing.
So if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, you are a serving undercover police officer trying to encourage L1, L2 and L3 to continue with a plot to obtain an illegal firearm with the intent to kill or seriously harm another human being.
Yes, we're trying to continue with that plot.
In terms of participation in crime, isn't seeking to reassure your fellow conspirators to continue with the plot at a moment of uncertainty the wrong thing to do?
No, I don't think so. I think we're talking about a plot with which we had some familiarity and even control versus a plot we may never even know about.
You're going beyond showing enthusiasm. You are actively working to keep it going.
I would have to accept that.
Is that really what you did?
Yes.
Shouldn't you have been working to dissuade them? All too risky.
I presume from the time I don't think I could have done.
What do you mean you don't think you could have done?
I don't think they would have been dissuaded. I think I would have been removed from the conspiracy if I wasn't properly enthusiastic.
Well, there's a difference between properly enthusiastic and actually promoting it, isn't there?
There is. I don't think I really crossed that line there. I would accept that you judge that.
You could have simply remained neutral.
I think that is fairly neutral. I think this is what we saw on that dry run.
Can we go to the second paragraph, please? It says, towards the bottom of that paragraph, MT has obtained a vegan guidebook for France and has identified a couple of restaurants and hotels in the Marseille area which he will try and use, which can be researched by us on the recce. Can you help us with when you obtained the vegan guidebook for France?
No.
Can you help us with where you bought it from?
No.
Can you help us with why you bought it?
No, I'm not sure.
It's clear from the top of the paragraph that by this stage you are telling your managers that you are going to be travelling to Marseille.
Yep.
And you are trying to control this excursion, aren't you?
Yes.
Did you buy the vegan guidebook before the dry run?
I don't know.
And was the purpose so that you could involve yourself in the planning and influence the choice of where you stayed and where you ate?
That would certainly be what I was doing there. It was there's not that many vegan restaurants and hotels available, so this was like a Lonely Planet for vegans type thing.
Can we take it, therefore, that you were not only in the driving seat of the vehicle, but also in the driving seat of decisions as to where you stopped and where you ate?
Yep.
Was there a reason for doing that?
No, I think we'd have just, obviously from my point of view to control, but we would have wanted to find vegan restaurants as a matter of course.
when you learnt about Marseille as the pickup point, can you help us with who told you that?
I believe L2, but I would have reported it if there's a report there or a note. That would be useful.
Well, as we discussed yesterday, there's a remarkable dearth of intelligence reports. Can you recall where you were when you told that the target would be Marseille?
No.
Can you recall the circumstances in which you were told it would be Marseille?
I can't, no.
Mr. Thomson, you had just told me that you did go to Marseille on this reconnaissance trip, but you did not go to Bordeaux. Did you go to Avignon or somewhere near Avignon to reconnoitre where members of the SDS management team might stay?
Can't remember.
In Marseille, did you reconnoitre a suitable hotel to stay at?
For them?
For you?
We looked at whatever was in the guide, certainly, yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking about hotels now. Did you scout out an appropriate place to spend the night in Marseille?
I think we probably looked at several, but I can't remember.
And did you reconnoitre appropriate restaurants in Marseille?
Again, same would apply.
In terms of a potential places to stop elsewhere in France, did you reconnoitre somewhere in or in the vicinity of Lyon?
No, I don't think so.
Did you reconnoitre any potential places to stop on your trip with L3 overnight?
No, except Marseille.
I'd like to just locate this trip in time. If we could go to tab B100, sir, that's MPS 0745392. This is a later document when you were being investigated by the SDS, but my interest in this document is for the second of the arrows, second indent from the bottom. It says, since the new document, and that's referring to a passport, was issued, MT has travelled on authorised SDS operations to, the second indent says, Marseille from the 14th of November 2000 to the 16th of November 2000. Is that the reconnaissance trip that we have been discussing?
I would presume so, yes.
It was always going to take a long time to drive from Calais to Marseille. Are you sure there was no reconnaissance of anywhere to stop overnight on that journey?
I'm not completely sure, but as far as I can remember, the only wrecking we did was Marseille and the auto routes and toll booths around that.
Can we take that document down now? You travelled, well, there was a plan to travel to Istanbul with L4 to recover some of his possessions in November 2000. Do you recall that?
I recall a trip to Turkey. I can't tell you when it was, but it wasn't that I can remember particularly about possessions.
Okay, it may assist us then if we turn up tab B58, sir, MPS 0527650. And if we go to page, that's the first page of text. I'm interested in if we could expand the first two paragraphs to start with. It's talking about a trip to Istanbul. It says probable intelligence dividend to be gained from L4 about long-term intentions, more particularly, however, cementing of the relationship between Magenta Triangle and the most high-profile animal rights martyr will greatly enhance his credibility. It says then you are due to travel to Istanbul with L4 on the 20th of November, returning the following Monday, the 27th. You are then granted that authority. Why do you describe L4 as a martyr? Is it simply because he had been very seriously injured?
I don't think I wrote this document.
Is that a term that you would have shared with HN 53, who wrote this document?
No, I don't think so.
Might he be regarded, though, as an important animal rights activist because he'd played a very unfortunate but significant role?
Yeah, I mean, he was certainly a very prominent victim.
Did you go to Istanbul?
I certainly went to Istanbul, yes.
And what happened in Istanbul?
The trip I'm thinking of started outside Istanbul, where L4 was working, and then went to Istanbul.
And so far as L4 was concerned, the purpose of the trip was to go and recover some of his possessions. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't recall particularly.
And your purpose for the trip?
See how he was, see what he was thinking, how he felt.
And what was he thinking and feeling?
I can't remember it particularly. I thought he was fairly happy in Turkey, I remember that. So I don't know why he was leaving, whether it was a contract ending or whatever, I don't know.
Because this is not very long after he'd been injured, isn't it? He was injured at the start of September. Given
Right.
the gravity of the injuries, presumably was not yet fully recovered.
Oh, he certainly wasn't fully recovered, no.
What did L4 tell you of intelligence value whilst you were in Turkey?
I can't remember particularly. I would have reported it at the time.
Did he tell you anything about the longer term intentions of either L1 or L2 or L3?
I can't remember particularly.
Can you help us with why, if the fourth person might have been involved in the plot, there's no reference to 4 individuals in the document which we've got up on the screen?
The fourth one being the one I wrote down
Yes.
on a bit of paper. I think when I was talking about him, I was talking about the anger and the wish for reprisals, not this particular plot.
By this stage, was the fourth person involved in the plot or not?
I think not.
There is no reporting of the trip to Istanbul. Why is that?
I don't know. There would have been.
Could we take that down, please? Sarah, when was it decided that Sarah would be joining this trip?
That she might, at the period we spoke about yesterday, I think. I can't remember how she did the ticket, but I think it was very last minute that she actually did that and was definitely coming.
And when you mean last minute, days, weeks?
I think the actual ticket purchase was when we were there.
And in terms of an intention to join you?
Then, yeah, maybe weeks. I can't really remember, but we had something up yesterday that referred to it, I think.
And is it right, well, how did it come about that she came to think that she might join you?
She was invited. She was invited.
Who by?
I would think me.
Why did you invite Sarah to come with you?
Following the conversation that we discussed yesterday, I think.
Can you help me with why you would want Sarah to come on a trip which was to procure a firearm?
I think the ostensible reason was going back through, she would have provided good cover. To me, that didn't matter because I knew that wasn't going to happen. So I was perfectly happy with it and liked the company.
She came out to meet you in the event in Bordeaux.
Yep.
When was it decided that she would join you in Bordeaux?
I was saying, I'll go back to my earlier answer.
You in the results spent between the 8th and the 15th in France, didn't you, of January?
I can't remember, but if that's what it is.
That's what the paperwork suggests.
Mm-hmm.
When did you decide that it would be a good idea for her to join you on the return journey?
I can't add anything to the answer I've already given.
We may help if we go to a document. Can we go to file 2, tab B61, 0004762. We looked at this document a moment ago in the context of a reconnaissance. It's an office note. It says that you spent the previous day, the 30th of November, with L3 at L3's home address in Dorset, where you discussed the trip to France and you agreed the following points. You were going to go to cross the channel to Calais on the 8th of January. You were going to go to Bordeaux on the 9th. You were going to go from Bordeaux to Marseille between the 9th and the 12th, and you were going to go from Marseille to Calais between the 12th and the 14th. Now that is a change from the original plan to go to Marseille and back, isn't it? Because it involves adding Bordeaux, and it involves adding Bordeaux to the return trip. Is that right? Sorry,
Bordeaux
to the outward trip.
To the outward trip, yeah.
So my question is, when you were talking to Sarah about the possibility of her coming out to meet you, were you intending she was going to come out to Bordeaux to meet you before you went to Marseille?
Yes.
And when were you intending that she should leave?
I can't remember what we discussed about that.
Was there a planned exit date?
There must have been.
Why must there have been if the final planning wasn't cemented until the very last minute?
I'm not with you. I mean, clearly we had to come
Well,
back.
yes, but you told us that she didn't actually buy the tickets until you were already in France.
That's my belief, yeah.
So what I'm driving at is, if by the end of November the plan is to go to Bordeaux and then Marseille, is the plan that Sarah is going to come out and meet you in Bordeaux and then travel down to Marseille with you and then back from Marseille to Calais?
Oh, I see, yes, I presume so. Yep.
Sorry, Keith, your hand was over your mouth.
Sorry, yes, I presume so.
So she would have been in your vehicle on the way down to Marseille from Bordeaux, and in your vehicle from Marseille to Calais, and in your vehicle when, on your evidence, it would contain an unlawful firearm purchased unlawfully from an unknown supplier in Marseille.
That would have been that plan, yes. Clearly I didn't expect that to happen.
When you say you didn't expect that to happen, you were expecting there to be a firearm in the car, because you were planning on the transaction taking place, on your evidence, and the weapon being in the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I am understanding your evidence, you were planning to have L3 and Sarah in your car with an unlawful firearm.
Yep.
This meeting on the 30th of November 2000, if we take the first paragraph underneath the timetable, L3 is seeing the trip as a bit of a holiday. And he's suggested you go to Bordeaux, and you say he has sheepishly requested that his girlfriend and another friend join the trip. L3 denies asking for anyone to join the trip and has given evidence that he was going through a difficult time with his then girlfriend. How sure are you that L3 asked for others to join the trip?
I reported it then. I must have been sure then.
And I think it is common ground that L3 likes wine.
Yes.
And that Bordeaux is obviously a wine lover's paradise.
Yep.
And so on a trip to France to take the opportunity to visit Bordeaux in good company is an attractive one.
Certainly.
But if one is in the business of purchasing an unlawful firearm with the intention to kill or seriously injure another human being, then a digression to Bordeaux and bringing along non-conspirators in the vehicle would be a surprising thing to want to do, isn't it?
I don't think so particularly, no.
One would have to be remarkably relaxed about the operation of obtaining an illegal firearm to be planning it in these rather casual terms, wouldn't one?
Confident, certainly.
Is it your evidence that L3 had any previous experience in obtaining unlawfully firearms?
I have no idea.
Or obtaining illicit goods from France and smuggling them unlawfully across the channel?
I have no idea.
Same questions in relation to L1 and L2.
And same answer, no idea.
Did it strike you as odd that L3 was seeking to add this diversion and add these passengers to a serious criminal endeavour?
No.
Why not?
I think because if you're going, you've got to be seen to be doing something anyway, and the cover thing made sense to me.
And if these passengers had joined the trip, how was it going to be explained to them that you and L3 had some business?
I can't remember.
Was there any cover purpose for this visit discussed between you and L3?
For the Bordeaux bit, you mean?
No, for the Marseille bit, for the trip.
Yes, we
the
had
ultimate purpose of the trip. And
conversations about that.
what was that?
I think I had some scripts with me, very general. Can't remember much more than that.
When you say scripts, are you suggesting that you talked about saying the cover purpose of the trip was something to do with your cover employment in the film industry?
Yeah.
More Cannes than Marseille, really.
Not my side of it.
L3's evidence is that you told him that the purpose of the trip was a business proposition involving golf carts.
Yes, I've no idea about that.
When you say you've no idea about that, are you saying it didn't happen, or might it have happened?
It certainly didn't happen in this context. And I can't imagine why there would have been a conversation about golf carts.
Could we go to the following passage in the document? The next paragraph. The possibility of a return journey via Cherbourg to Poole was raised by MT, but did not get a warm reception. If you could answer this question precisely, please. Had you reconnoitred the possibility of a return journey via Cherbourg to Poole?
No.
Again, could you be precise? Yes, no. Was there a specific reason why you wanted to steer the return journey to one that would be via Cherbourg to Poole?
No knowledge.
No knowledge or no memory?
No memory.
Could we go to the next paragraph, please? Overall, MT was quite happy with the outcome of the talks. L3's relaxed attitude is undoubtedly an advantage, as may ultimately be the presence of the two girls. The possibility of subterfuge in terms of the pickup being in Bordeaux cannot be dismissed, but MT's impression was that L3's desire to turn the trip into a jolly was the overriding consideration at this time. Can you help us, first of all, with the two women who you say L3 had asked you to join the journey? My understanding of your evidence from your statement is they did not, in fact, come on the journey. Is that right?
Unless one of them is Sarah, yeah.
And you Well, our understanding, again, on L3's evidence is the answer to that is no. My question to you is, why did those two girls, as they are described in this document, not come with you?
I don't know.
Is it because you said no?
Not that I can remember.
When did it become apparent that the two young women were not going to be coming with you?
No, I can't remember.
You are described as quite happy with the turn of events arising from the planning meeting at the end of November. Does that accurately describe your state of mind?
I suppose so, yeah. I can't really remember it, but...
And why were you happy about a significant change to the itinerary that you had reconnoitred with your managers?
The only bit we'd reconnoitred was Marseille.
Could we now turn to the question of the supplier? Had there been, to your knowledge, any further conversations between you or any of your co-conspirators with the person who was going to arrange for the supply of the firearm, ammunition and black powder?
Only the ones I would have reported, and certainly not with me.
I see. And can you recall, because we have no reports, can you recall what you were told about the position of the supplier at this time?
You mean the geographical position?
No, the position in terms of whatever they were communicating to you about the availability of the firearm.
No, I can't remember.
Was there any communication?
Yes, I wasn't part of it.
And can you help us at all with what the import of it was?
The import of it was that we could go ahead.
Now, I have asked you those questions because on the face of the report in front of us, you have had a conversation with L3 who has suggested a diversion to Bordeaux. There is absolutely no mention here of the availability of the supplier of the firearm, is there?
Not on this piece of...
And if you were, in fact, going to pick up a firearm, one would have thought a central question to the itinerary and the timing is when that weapon was going to be available to you.
Yes.
And to sit down with L3 at his home and come up with an itinerary would need to revolve around when the weapon would be available.
Presumably.
And yet there is no mention of that in this note or in any intelligence reporting.
I'm sure there is. I mean, not in this note, but I'm sure there is reporting on that. And it would have been presumably between those dates.
Is the reality that this trip was exactly what L3 said it was, namely, from his point of view, a bit of a holiday?
No.
Accompanying you on a phony business proposition connected to golf carts?
No.
There is no mention in this note of Sarah.
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
Is it because you were seeking to hide the prospect of her joining you from your managers, or for some other reason?
Could be either.
Disrupting a plot to procure a firearm with which to murder or seriously injure another human being is quite a significant event, isn't it?
It's fairly significant, yes.
Can you help us with why your recollection of events is so hazy for such an important matter?
It's 25 years later, and an awful lot of other things have happened.
Going to ask that that document is taken down now, please. And I want to turn to the trip itself. Could we have up, please, tab B71 in volume 2, sir, MPS 0005257. This document is entitled Operation Lime. If we look on the first paragraph, on Saturday the 6th of January 2001, Detective Sergeants War and Greeny travelled to Marseille and rented a gîte in the Avignon area. Were you aware that Detective Sergeants War and Greeny had set out ahead of you and travelled to the south of France?
I must have been.
And that was, and again, if you could give me a yes-no answer to this, to await their further part in the plan to disrupt the purchase and supply of the weapon.
Yes.
And at that stage, on the 6th of January, when they set off, when were they expecting the transfer to occur?
I don't know.
Would it have been the date that we were looking at a moment ago, and the itinerary agreed on the 30th of November, that you would be in Marseille between the 9th and the 11th, 12th of, sorry, you'd be in Marseille, Bordeaux to Marseille, 9th to the 11th, 12th, Marseille to Calais, 12th to the 14th, which suggests you would be in Marseille on the 11th and 12th of January. Would that have been their understanding at the time?
Quite likely, but they'd have been working on large between dates.
And then the next paragraph, on Monday the 8th of January, you and L3 travel via Dover to Calais, and then this says you drove towards Bordeaux. My first question is, it's right, isn't it? You did cross Dover-Calais.
Yeah, I presume so.
But you did not then drive to Bordeaux, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Then goes on to say the following, we'll pick that up in a moment, the following day DCI HN58 travelled to Bordeaux, arriving at 4:30 p.m. So that's Tuesday the 9th.
Okay.
During the course of this journey, MT had contacted DS Greeny and indicated that he was okay, but due to security was unable to say where he was located. Is that true?
Yes.
Is the reason that HN58 travelled to Bordeaux because, as far as he was aware, the original itinerary, which would involve you driving from Calais to Bordeaux and arriving in Bordeaux on the 9th, was what was happening?
I presume so.
and says a text message was received from you at 5:07 p.m. indicating where the vehicle was parked up and that it was loaded in Marseille. You sent a text message to that effect at that time, didn't you?
I presume so, yes.
The vehicle was located in Marseille, and at 5:30 p.m. HN 58 travelled to Marseille, arriving at 11:50 p.m. Do you have any reason to doubt that HN 58 so travelled?
No.
In other words, contrary to his expectation, at the very last minute, he heard that he in fact needed to be not in Bordeaux but in Marseille, and had to hot-foot it from Bordeaux to Marseille.
Yes.
Now, rewinding to what happened when you and L3 cross the channel, you in fact headed straight towards Marseille, didn't you?
Yep.
And could you help us with why the change in plan?
I think because we got told we could do the pickup, I presume 2 days later.
And how did you come about that knowledge?
Via L3.
And how had L3 got it?
Via a phone.
Your witness, there is a documentary record later which said that he used a pay-as-you-go phone with a new SIM card.
Okay.
Or a phone with a new SIM card. Did you see L3 change the SIM card in his phone?
I can't remember if I saw that particularly.
Why did you not inform your SDS handlers on the 8th of January that you were in fact heading straight to Marseille?
I informed them when I could. I did also assume I was under French control anyway.
Why were you sending a text to your managers if you are now trying to say that you were not required to?
I was required to. I was talking to my managers.
So come back to my question. Why did you not tell your handlers, if you were in communication with them on the 9th, why didn't you tell them on the 8th that you were heading towards Marseille?
I told them what I could when I could.
You contacted Detective Sergeant Greeny on the 9th of January to say you were okay, but not where you were. First of all, why did it take you a day to contact them at all?
I can't remember.
And why, when you did contact them, did you not tell them you were either in Marseille or on your way there?
I can't remember what I did tell them.
The records we have are to the fact that, as we saw earlier, that you contacted Greeny on the 9th of January to say you're okay, but not where you were.
Yeah.
You were travelling with L3 in his close company,
Yeah.
you were using a mobile telephone to keep in touch with your managers, weren't you?
Yes, I think so.
Well, we saw the record that you texted them at 5:07 on the 9th. Even travelling in close company with somebody, if you want to send them a text message, it's easy to do so without them seeing what is on the screen, isn't it?
At that time, certainly, yeah.
And if you needed more privacy, you could also always make an excuse to get away from them for a few minutes, for example, to go to the toilet.
I presume so, yes.
There was, in truth, no reason whatsoever, was there, why you could not have told your managers on Monday the 8th of January that you were, in fact, heading straight to the south of France?
I can only disagree with that. I think there was a reason.
Was the reason that it was, in fact, your plan all along to go straight to Marseille?
No.
And was it because you were trying to make it as difficult as possible for your managers to follow what you were doing whilst you were in Marseille?
No. And again, it wasn't with them at the time.
You could have told Greenie by phone, by text message or voice message on both the 8th and the 9th that the plan had changed and you were going to Marseille.
I accept that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion, it's a fact, isn't it?
I disagree. I think I would have done if I could.
And you didn't tell them anything until you absolutely had to. And that was at 5:07 on the 9th, when you had to tell them that the vehicle was essentially ready for their collection.
That's certainly when I sent a message, yeah.
And by so delaying, you made it as difficult as possible for your managers to keep tabs on what you were actually doing, didn't you?
Again, I can only disagree.
Is it right that you stopped overnight on the way to Marseille,
Yes.
somewhere in the vicinity of Lyon?
So I believe. I can't remember.
L3 recalls stopping and buying some wine and stopping at an air and eating food and having some of the wine. Is that right?
I can't remember.
Can we move now to your arrival at Marseille? You had reconnoitred Marseille and you knew where you were going to stay, didn't you?
When we reconnoitred, we certainly knew several options. I don't know when we actually chose the one we chose.
Presumably you had by that stage chosen one of those options and knew which you were going to.
I presume so. I don't know.
And you would have known the way to get there.
Perhaps.
When you got to Marseille, where did you park your vehicle?
Can't remember.
Was it near the hotel?
It certainly was parked there at some point, but I can't remember what we did when we first arrived.
And could you help us in your own words then with what you and L3 do once you have parked up in Marseille?
Can you put the one report you have got for this up?
Which report is that? There's the document at B71 that we've had up.
There was a more detailed one.
If we go to page 4 of this document, is this the document you are referring to?
Yes, I think so.
Could I ask, first of all, why you feel it necessary to have the document in front of you rather than telling us in your own words, from your recollection, what happened?
Because it's 25 years ago.
Is it your intention simply to stick to the script of the document?
My intention is to not say something that I've remembered and put into my own memory, which is flawed.
I'd like you to stick with such memory as you have, please. What is your memory today of what you did in Marseille when you parked up?
Can't remember immediately. We'd obviously just had a long drive. We may well have checked into the hotel first. I think there were some more phone calls. Then after a bit of time, we carried on to the cafe.
When you say a bit of phone calls, who was telephoning who?
L3 was telephoning someone.
And then?
Then we go to the cafe.
Can you help us with where the cafe was?
Somewhere near the main station.
And what happens in the cafe?
We go in. We're recognised straight away. We're there for sort of 2 minutes, which is a sort of, are you? Yes, we are. Have you got this? Have you got that? Do we do it here? No, we don't. I felt uncomfortable with it, certainly in the cafe and around it. We get back in the cars.
If we just stop you there. How is it you are immediately recognised when you go into the cafe?
We're English, and we're the only ones there like that.
And in terms of the conversation, in what language is this conversation taking place?
English.
And how many people are in the cafe on the other side of this conversation?
One main one, and I think there were 2 others that seemed relevant to it.
And you've described an exchange to verify identity and then to agree, if I'm understanding you correctly, that they've got what you want and you've got what they want.
Something to that effect, yeah.
You've got the money, they've got
Yep.
firearm, ammunition, black powder. Did it cover all 3 of those items?
Not expressly, I don't think, no.
That was understood by then.
Yeah.
Were you given anything inside the cafe?
No.
You then go from the cafe to where?
Just outside it.
Can you pick up in your own words what happens next?
There's a brief discussion about exchanging there. It includes handing money over. I don't feel comfortable with that. We say we'll go somewhere else. We get in the cars. We move away.
If we stop there. The brief exchange, is that simply communicating they want the money there and then you don't want to hand it over? Is that the limit of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Any sign of the firearm, ammunition and black powder at this stage?
There was certainly a bag. I don't know if we looked in it.
Where was the bag?
The principal chap was holding it.
Was he holding it when he was in the cafe, or was he holding it only because he'd picked it up outside the cafe?
Can't remember with absolute certainty, but I think he had it with him in the cafe.
You've described a car. Whose car was it as far as you could tell?
It was my car.
So the vehicle you'd gone to the cafe in?
Yeah.
So after the conversation has taken place to the effect that you're not going to hand over the money there and then, what happens next?
We get in the car, we drive away, and we just stop.
In your car?
Yeah.
You drive away in the Discovery, and how many people are in the Discovery at this stage?
3.
Who? You, L3?
L3,
Who's the other person?
the person we're doing the purchase from.
You've described 3 people. Are we talking about essentially the leader of this group of 3 people?
Yeah.
Did he still have a bag with him in your vehicle?
Yeah.
1 bag or more than 1 bag?
As far as I can remember, as it turned out, there was a bag inside that bag.
And what did you do then?
Pulled over.
Where did you pull over?
About 2 minutes away in a sort of housing block.
Was that somewhere you chose, or was that somewhere you were directed to?
Chose.
And how did you choose where to stop?
It was random.
So you randomly drive away from a cafe that you'd not been to before, and you just find somewhere to stop in Marseille.
Essentially, yeah.
And can you help us with why you decided to stop where you stopped?
Precisely because it was random. So it was our choice.
And then what happened?
Just exchanged money. Got the bag. In a bag. Looked in it.
When you looked in the bag, is it you looking or L3 looking?
L3 looked. I think I also certainly saw something.
What did you see inside the bag?
The shape of a firearm.
You said a moment ago that there was a bag within a bag.
Yep.
If you look inside a bag and see another bag, did you look inside the other bag?
This is when the inner bag comes out, and it's looking in the inner bag, which is just a plastic bag.
Was the firearm in the outer bag or the inner bag?
In the inner bag.
Was it wrapped in anything, or was it just there?
I think it was just there.
So it's a plastic bag or a different type of bag?
Plastic bag.
And did you see any ammunition in the bag?
I can't remember it particularly, but I only got a glance. I can't remember particularly, I only saw a quick glance.
Did you see any black powder?
There was something else in there.
What was that something else that you saw?
At that point, I couldn't tell you. It was bags of something.
As I'm understanding it, you're describing a very cursory check.
Mine was fairly cursory, certainly.
One which would not have fully verified that there was in fact not only a firearm but also ammunition and black powder in the bag.
From my point of view, yeah.
When you watched L3 check the bag, how thoroughly did he check it?
I can remember him looking straight in it. So you could see directly in.
Straight in the first bag, the outer bag?
No, the second bag. Sorry, that's come out of the first bag.
Did he do anything more than that?
Not that I can remember.
Well, how can he have been satisfied that the black powder was there?
I presume you could see the bags.
And how could he be satisfied that the ammunition was there?
I presume you could see that as well.
Well, if you couldn't when you looked because they were in bags, why couldn't he? How could he have done?
No, I said I couldn't see because everything was in a bag. So I'm looking across at an angle from where I'm standing.
And then what happens?
Money changes hands. The seller gets out of the car, walks away. We drive away.
And are you, throughout this account, the driver of your vehicle?
No. No, I think L3 drove as well.
When did L3 drive?
He might have driven that leg. I can't remember.
Which leg do you mean by that leg?
That last leg from the cafe to the random pullover.
You say you might have, but you've just given evidence that you chose where to stop,
Yep.
that you presumably were driving, if you
No,
did that.
I think I just said, let's stop here.
How firm are these memories?
They're as firm as memories from 25 years ago can be.
So where were you in the vehicle if you weren't driving?
I think I was in the back seat at that point.
And where were you afterwards?
Front seat.
And what happened next?
We drive away. I think probably to the hotel. I can't be completely sure. Somewhere like that.
Are you sure that L3 drove from the cafe?
That's my memory.
But you decided where to stop. Were you giving him directions?
To some extent, I think. I mean, I didn't know the area.
How could you do that if you didn't know the area?
Saying, go this way, try up here, that sort of thing.
And how active or passive was L3 in this exchange?
Active, okay.
Is he working to your command?
I think that exaggerates it.
Or how would you describe the relationship if you're telling him where to stop?
More of a, why don't we try this? How about over there?
When you'd gone back to the hotel, what did you do?
Looked again and then secreted.
Where were you when you secreted the weapon?
In the car.
Where was the car?
Outside the hotel already, I think.
And could you tell us more about the compartment in which the weapon was secreted?
It was just part of what a Land Rover Discovery had. It wasn't a different compartment.
And how did one access that compartment?
Folding the seats away.
And then did it require unlocking or unscrewing, or could you just open it?
No, just open it.
So I appreciate we had a stop earlier, but perhaps now is the time to take perhaps a commuted morning break.
Would you like a pause?
Yes, please, sir.
How long for?
5 minutes?
Yes.
All rise.
Thank you, sir. Could we have up from Volume 2, tab B66, MPS 000495991? This is, we understand, a photograph taken of what was in your vehicle, and this is powder. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
And when you put the material into the compartment in your car, was the powder in this plastic bag?
I've got a vague memory of a packet, but
Now you've seen the photograph, would you accept that this is the state in which it was in? Or
yep, yep.
did you, put another way, did you or L3 change the way in which the powder was stored?
No, I don't think so.
Did you do anything to test or verify whether or not this was actual explosive powder?
No. No,
Did it look as if it was?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Was there anything else in the plastic bag with the powder?
Not that I can see.
Can we take that down now and have up tab B67, sir, 0004963? Is this the weapon?
Yep.
You have said that you and L3 had a look at it in the bag when the exchange took place. Did you at any time do anything further to check whether or not this was a real weapon?
Not that I can remember.
Could we take that down now, please? And could we have up B68 4696? It's MPS 0004696. Just a moment, we'll check the reference.
I think you'll find it's either 4969 or 4971.
Yeah, 4969, please. Thank you, sir. Again, we understand this to be a photograph of items in your vehicle in the compartment you described, and we understand this to be a photograph of live 45 caliber pistol ammunition. Is that right?
That's what it looks like, certainly.
Did you put the ammunition in the torch?
I don't remember the torch, but I assume we must have done.
And where was the ammunition when you received it from the people who gave it to you?
Can't remember exactly, but I just presume in the bag.
Not in the bag with the powder?
Can't remember enough.
Was it in a separate bag, or?
I can't remember enough.
You then presumably go eat out in Marseille on the evening of the 9th?
Yes.
And then we come to the morning of the 10th. Can you tell us from your recollection what you did on the morning of the 10th to further disruption of the plot?
We woke up. Reasonably early, I think. Can't remember exactly, but I might well have gone on myself, basically to go and see that the vehicle was no longer there. But that would have been under the pretext of getting a coffee or something like that. Again, I can't really remember. But at some point came back.
Can I stop you there? Were you sharing a room with L3?
Yes, I think so.
When you go out to check that the vehicle has gone, was L3 still sleeping or was he awake?
I can't remember.
Did you leave a note for L3 or not?
Not that I can remember, no.
His evidence was he was asleep and you left him a note. Might
Yes, I
that
heard
have
that.
happened?
It might have done.
You've established the vehicle isn't there. Do you go straight back to the hotel or do you do anything between?
No, I would have gone straight back in.
And what do you do when you get back to the hotel?
Tell L3
What did you tell L3?
that the vehicle's gone.
And what was L3's reaction?
Fairly shocked. Surprised.
And what did you discuss then?
We discussed what to do next.
Can you help us with the course of that discussion?
Best of my memory, there were several bits to it. There was one discussion about whether we reported it or not. There was another discussion about do we go look for it or not. Yeah, so sort of options really.
Did you go to look for it?
Not that I can remember, no.
What did you decide to do so far as reporting the theft to the police is concerned?
Eventually, I think we decided we would report it.
Were you arguing for or against that course of action?
I think I was mostly neutral. It was something we discussed with the office before because obviously they need to discuss it with the French. And they were comfortable either way, so I was comfortable either way.
So your evidence is you come to discuss whether to report it to the police and your position to L3 is neutral.
Essentially, yeah.
Did you give any reasons to L3?
There were reasons back and forth. Certainly.
What reasons did you give to L3?
I think the arguments would have turned on if we don't report it and it's found, that's suspicious. It'll have to be reported sooner or later because it's my vehicle and I'll need the insurance. Obviously with what was in it, that was an against. But then in the round it came down to, well, it has been stolen, what's in it would probably be the property of the thief, not us. So it's more suspicious again if you don't report it.
Had you taken any precautions when handling the ammunition and the firearm, placing them in the compartment of your vehicle or not?
I can't remember much handling at all, certainly of the firearm.
Well, the ammunition had been handled to put it in the torch, hadn't it?
It had, I say I can't remember the torch, so I would presume we did.
So would there not be a concern there might be some fingerprints on the ammunition?
That's why I presume we did, but I can't remember it.
What was L3's position?
I think he just followed the argument one way and another.
And
Didn't
so
have a particularly strong position.
how did you come to a conclusion?
We agreed it would be best to report it.
Because it had to be at some point or another.
Yeah, and there's suspicions that would pertain to not reporting it if it was found.
If L3 was effectively just following the argument, can I take it that he didn't seem to have any particular concern about getting the weapon and the ammunition and the black powder back?
No, it was part of the argument, but I don't think we thought that was terribly likely.
How did you report the theft?
Just Marseille Police Station, or a police station in Marseille, as far as I can recall.
Did you go alone or did you go with L3?
I think at that point I was alone.
And how soon, can you help us with your best estimate of when you would have done that?
Later in the day.
Can you remember whether it was morning or afternoon?
It would have been late morning by then at best, I think.
Once you had reported the theft to the police, did you report it to anybody else?
Not that I can remember.
What did you do then? Did you go back to the hotel?
Go back to the hotel, keep making plans.
And what did you and L3 decide to do next?
To get a hire car, and then to continue.
And we know that you did get a hire car. Can we go to tab B61, sir? MPS-0527 763. Can we have page 7, please? Okay. This is the rental agreement. You can see it's at Marseille Airport. How did you get to Marseille Airport?
I thought we got the hire car and went... Oh, sorry, Marseille Airport. Can't remember.
How far outside Marseille is Marseille Airport?
Can't remember. I'm not even sure we went there. The car might have come to us.
I see. Was this an in-person transaction or a remote transaction?
As far as I can remember, I actually got my cover employer to do the hiring in my name.
How did you arrange that by telephone?
Yeah.
Was it actually done on the morning of the 10th of January, or had it been previously arranged?
I'd certainly spoken to my cover employer about it before that, but it was the 10th when we needed it, yeah.
But it was...
It was the 10th, according to these dates, that it was required.
That it was required, yes, but when was the agreement? Was the agreement, were Avis contacted on the 10th, or were they contacted earlier?
I would hope they were contacted on the 10th.
And you see bottom left on the screen there that your address is Elstree Film Studios, Boreham Wood, Hertfordshire.
Yep.
And is the reason for that address because it was your cover employer and not you who arranged that?
Yeah.
And I think you need to move down a little bit. Or is it, sorry, it's on the right-hand side. Up a little bit, please. I'm looking at the times now. Agreed time out is the 10th of January 01 at 11:39, and the agreed time back is the 15th of January at 12 o'clock at Calais. And presumably that return time is fitted to coincide with pre-booked tickets?
Don't know.
And the time out, 11:39, can you help us with whether that will be the time the vehicle left Marseille Airport, or if it was delivered to you, the time it arrived with you?
I can't. No, I'd have thought it was a bit later than that, but I couldn't be sure anyway.
And presumably you had to provide some insurance details and show driving licenses.
Yeah.
If not insurance and driving license. We see L3 ciphered there, and as we understand it, L3's driving license number. How did L3's driving license number and name come to be on that document?
I assume we both produced our licenses as dual drivers.
Was that when you received the vehicle?
I guess so, yeah.
Thank you. Once you have got the hire car, what did you do then?
Can't remember exactly, but basically started, I think, more or less straight away, heading west.
So you essentially leave Marseille as soon as you can?
No, I mean, I think the day was getting on by then. Wasn't any particular rush, and I was quite happy to take as long as it took.
Long as it took to do what?
Just whatever we needed to do to sort ourselves out, to make a plan, all of that. I was in no hurry.
I asked you what you did after you got the car, and you said you headed west.
Yep.
What did you do between receiving the car and heading west?
I don't know.
You appear, as best we can tell from the contemporary documents, to have received the car at 11:39, or if it was delivered to you at the earliest, it left the airport at 11:39. Can you help us with, broadly speaking, when you left Marseille?
No, I mean, it would have been once we got the car, but no, I can't be on that.
Did you stop to do any further sightseeing in Marseille?
No, I don't think so.
And certainly, as I'm understanding your evidence, you didn't stay overnight, you headed straight out
Yeah,
the same day.
Yeah.
L3's recollection was that you spent some more time in Marseille on the 10th. Might he be right about that?
I can't recall exactly when we left, but I've no recollection of it.
And did you drive to Bordeaux the same day, or did you stop overnight en route to Bordeaux?
I can't actually remember. I saw L3's evidence. I don't think I need to dispute that bit, but I can't actually remember that stop.
Why did you go on to Bordeaux?
There was a possibility the vehicle might be found.
And you also had pre-laid plans, didn't you, with Sarah?
Yeah,
by that
it
stage?
had been part of the original plan anyway. It seemed to make sense.
Did L3 consider himself to be at any risk from the French police at this stage?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You get to Bordeaux on your evidence, as I'm understanding, it would have been fairly late on the 10th of January.
No, I'm not sure when we got there. If there's a date that comes up on this, I'll happily accept that.
I see. So 10th, or if you stopped overnight, the 11th.
Yeah.
Did you meet Sarah at the airport the day you arrived in Bordeaux or the next day?
I can't remember.
I think everyone agrees, did meet Sarah, and the three of you essentially spend time in Bordeaux and the surrounding area as tourists
Yep.
for a little while. Did you look around Bordeaux together?
Yep.
Did you picnic on the sand dunes?
I can't remember.
Might you have done?
Might have done.
Did you have a day trip to Saint-Emilion?
Yeah, I think that's right.
There's a photograph of L3, which he says you took of him there on the 13th of January.
Okay.
Might he be right about that?
Yep.
And did you return Sarah to the airport at some point?
Can't remember doing that, but yes.
What is your recollection of how many nights you spent in Bordeaux?
No, I can't remember.
How did you make your way from Bordeaux to Calais?
Drove.
And did you stop overnight, or did you drive in one day?
Can't remember.
Did you stop, whether overnight or otherwise, in Dieppe?
Again, can't remember.
And what was L3's demeanour during your time in Bordeaux?
I can't remember it particularly.
Can
As
we
I
ta-
would have expected, I think.
And what can we take from that?
I think there's some disappointment, maybe some relief as well, but I might be imagining that back. And he liked Bordeaux.
Did you discuss whether you should have any further contact with the French police about your missing vehicle?
I can't remember discussing it again.
Did you discuss your missing vehicle with L3 at all again,
Certainly.
whilst you're in France?
Yeah.
And what was the gist of that conversation?
I'm sure we carried on talking about whether it might be found, what we would do if it was, etc.
It being the vehicle.
It being the vehicle, so.
Did you speak about what might happen if what was in the compartment was found?
Exactly.
And what did you say to L3 about that?
I don't think it changed from our original position. If something was found, which we thought unlikely, it would have been the thief.
You'd blame it on the thief.
Yeah.
And what was L3's reaction to that plan?
I think it's fairly comfortable with it. I can't recall any great objection.
We know that you returned to London on the 15th of January. You crossed the Channel and then you drive up to London. Did you go straight to Sarah's house?
I can't remember that.
L3 says that you dropped him off at Sarah's house. Might he be right about that?
He might be right, yeah.
And is that where you met him before you set out to France?
No, I can't remember that. I can't remember that.
Can you remember where you... do you have a recollection of where you
I
met him?
don't. I would have thought it was the other house, but I can't remember to the extent I'd challenge it.
And you hire another car in England. Is that anything to do with your cover employer or not?
I can't remember. I presume the French one would have stayed in France, so we had to cross as foot passengers or something.
Can you help us with why your cover employer was involved with the hire of the vehicle in France? First of all, was the discovery a vehicle owned by the Metropolitan Police or a vehicle owned by Elstree Film Studios?
I was owned by the Metropolitan Police.
So why were they involved in booking a hire car on the 10th of January?
Because I thought that would be a good way to do it, and my managers agreed with me.
But what business was it of your managers at Elstree Film Studio that your, as they would understand it, private vehicle had been stolen?
I didn't have managers at Elstree Film Studios. This was my cover employer. It wouldn't have had anything to do with them, but they had reach, connections, directories, whatever it was back then. They could do it. It made sense for me to be able to have that conversation in front of L3.
So your evidence is they were helping you as a, your cover employer was helping you as a favour?
Yeah, yeah.
And why couldn't you have just made the arrangement yourself?
I probably could have done. I thought that was better.
Because of the
Because it
appearance
added to, exactly, yeah.
to L3?
Yeah.
I took you through step by step what you did on the 9th in Marseille, and you didn't at any stage say to me that you had done anything film industry related.
No.
So can I take it that there was no suggestion, so far as your cover employer was concerned, that you were in the south of France on their business?
No.
Can we now go to Volume 2, sir, tab B72, MPS 0005282. This is a document dated the 8th of February 2001, headed Operation Lime, and it's a report about the operation. Can I take you to the second paragraph under the heading background, the one that begins in the immediate aftermath? So in the immediate aftermath of the incident and in the ensuing months, there have been a number of revenge attacks against members, associates of the hunt. All members and supporters of the hunt concerned are now considered to be at risk, although the driver of the vehicle will be a particularly attractive target. Yesterday, you gave evidence about a demonstration which you did not attend in the very immediate aftermath of L4 being run over, and we looked at a report for a demonstration to which the media were invited a few days after the report. Were you aware of any other revenge activity between then and February 2001 towards members of the hunt?
Yes, I mean, there was a constant drumbeat of that in and around SABS and at other times as well.
Well, you say drumbeat of that. If that is revenge attacks, what I'm asking not is whether there was tension, but whether there were, to your knowledge, actual attacks.
outside of demonstrations and SABs, I can't remember any. If I had known about them, they would have been reported separately.
And we have no reporting in this period of any such attacks beyond the report I put to you yesterday. So can I take it from that you have no recollection now of any attack on any member of the hunt?
I've got no specific knowledge beyond what I've said.
And would the same apply so far as associates of the hunt are concerned?
Yes, if there's not a report.
Can you help us with where the author of this document, who was DCI HN 58, got the impression that there had been a number of revenge attacks?
I presume he was reading the reporting that was coming in.
That's an assumption on your part.
It is an assumption, I don't know.
Did you discuss revenge attacks with HN 58?
I can't remember with HN 58 particularly. I think it was a constant theme when I was talking to my handler.
But how could it be a constant theme if you hadn't personally witnessed any?
Because they're happening, there was a lot of violence. It was part of that.
Could we take that down now, please? Can we go to volume 4, tab C109, MPS 0005473. This is an intelligence report dated the 13th of March 2001, titled L4 Assault, attributed to you. And then if we just look at the first two substantive paragraphs of text, please. Privacy, a long time, if irregular, member of the Croydon Hunt Sabs is claiming to have discovered the home address of the man accused of running down fellow saboteur L4 in August of last year. Privacy believes that the assailant, L5, resides in the Crawley area of West Sussex. The full details of Privacy's information is now believed to be in the possession of senior members of the Croydon SAB group, whilst any information emanating from Privacy, who is perceived as an unreliable alcoholic, will be treated with due caution. It will not take any great research on the part of the SABs to substantiate or disprove its authenticity. Such inquiries are likely to be undertaken sooner rather than later. Can you help us with whether Privacy was acting on his own initiative in reporting this home address, or whether or not there was any orchestrated attempt by Croydon Hunt saboteurs to find the address?
With respect to this report, I can't particularly remember it. I'm not completely sure who Privacy is. But I think it relates to ongoing attempts to find L5.
But it appears that this particular person was regarded as rather unreliable.
That's how I read it, yeah.
Were you involved in any discussions in the spring or late winter of 2001 about locating the address for L5 with any of L1, L2 or L3?
I can't remember a specific discussion with them in terms of the location. I don't know if that's because they already knew it or because that's what the Croydon Hunt Saboteur group were doing.
To the best of your knowledge, did they or did they not already know the address?
I don't know.
Presumably they would have told you if they did.
I would have thought so.
Did the fourth person, whose name you wrote down yesterday, discuss L5's whereabouts with you in this period?
Yes.
And what did that person say to you?
As far as I can recall, there were a number of possibilities over time. We looked at them. I certainly remember driving to one and having a look at it.
With this fourth person?
Yep.
And how did that come about?
I can't remember. My memory is being in the car looking at an address.
Can you remember whether it was connected to the report we've got up on the screen or not?
I can't.
And can you help us with what, if I call it call this person the fourth person, said to you, if anything, about what would be done if the address could be established?
No, I can't remember anything specific.
In terms of inferences that can be drawn then, might intentions have ranged from, on one end of the spectrum, an entirely lawful protest outside the house to something beyond, or at the other end of the spectrum, something worse?
There would have been a spectrum of intentions, certainly.
But nothing discussed between you at that stage?
I'm sure I was in several discussions.
But nothing you can remember?
But nothing I can remember now.
And if we go now, please, you can take that down to... Oh, sorry, 54, I can have 5473 back up, please. Just in the source comment, if we look at that. If the information proves to be accurate, then it must be recognised that it now lies in the hands of people who are close friends of L4, and they have proved on many occasions that they are capable of extreme violence. There can be no doubt, if privacy has made an accurate discovery, that the information would be used to assist in mounting a revenge attack on L5. And the reference there to the hands of people who are close friends of L4, who do you mean?
That would have been all of them. So
would that have included L1, L2 and L3?
L1, L2, L3, the fourth person and that whole cadre.
And in terms of any particular emphasis, would there have been any particular emphasis on any of the three ciphered individuals and the fourth person?
They would certainly have been at the top of the list, and that end of the spectrum we just spoke about.
Capable of extreme violence. I asked you quite a lot of questions about them yesterday. Is there any further evidence that you have that would substantiate what is recorded here, that they were people capable of extreme violence?
I haven't got anything specific to add. There is a lot of reporting, not just from me, about that.
Thank you. Could we take that down? If we have up Volume 2, tab B74, MPS 0748499, please. This is a document written by HN 58, which refers to a proposed trip to Amsterdam with L2, L3 and L4. And the suggestion is that you go with them, that this is a request for authorization for such a trip. It's suggested in the penultimate paragraph that it would allow you an opportunity to be present should any future activities be planned, and in particular if L2 is still intent on obtaining a firearm or explosive substances. Why is L2 singled out in this document?
I don't know particularly. it does say no nefarious activity planned, so I can't remember.
And did you actually go to Amsterdam with L2, L3 and L4?
I can't remember that trip. I can remember a trip to Amsterdam with a number of people, but I can't remember what it was or whether it was this one.
Is your memory sufficiently clear to help us with whether any of L2, L3 and L4 were present with you when you did go to Amsterdam?
No, I can't particularly remember them.
And can you recall whether or not it was in the spring of 2001 or some other time?
No, I can't remember.
Can I take it from those answers that you won't be able to help me with what L2, L3 and L4 might have said in Amsterdam?
No.
Can we take that down now, please, and go in volume 2 to tab B77, MPS 0006714. This is just picking up the chronology, the report which locates in time the attack on L4 and the dropping of charges. And the dropping of charges, this report is dated the 10th of September 2001. What I'd like to ask you about is, what was the reaction of the activists that you were mixing with to the dropping of charges?
As I recall it, a certain amount of anger, but primarily cynicism. I don't think many of those close activists ever really thought anyone would be prosecuted.
L3's evidence was that the reaction was one of depression, deflation, cynicism. Are all of those appropriate descriptors?
I think those are all probably true.
He also said that revenge was not in the air, or words to that effect. Is that true?
No, I don't agree with that. I think it always was.
Can we take that document down now, please, and have up from volume 2, tab B80, MPS 0719571. Now, this is a report which is dated the 12th of October 2001, but it is about a meeting that you had with your SDS managers on the 8th of October. It says in the first line, having returned from annual leave in Cannes. That, of course, is not correct because you'd been in Indonesia and Singapore, hadn't you?
Yep.
This report asserts that originally it appears that L4 was favouring legal redress against L5. We see that at the bottom of the first paragraph. So presumably this is a reference to civil litigation rather than criminal litigation. Is that right?
I would presume so, yeah.
And it also records, though, that shortly afterwards, by the 11th of October, he'd had advice that no legal option would provide satisfactory redress, and that therefore L2 and L3 favoured causing L5 at least the most severe harm. Can you help us with how you obtained that information?
No, I mean, this is obviously a file note, not a report. So I presume it's a number of reports together and a conclusion from it. And it would have just been by association, as far as me obtaining that information goes.
What had L2 and L3 communicated to you?
would have been something to that effect, and was fairly regularly.
Can you recall where you were when they raised this subject with you between the 8th and the 11th of October?
No.
Can you recall any of the content of any conversation with L2 and L3 in this period?
No.
Essentially here, you are communicating to your managers that despite the fact that advice is being taken on pursuing legal redress, there's another plot afoot, and you need to be out there on the ground ready to deal with it. That's essentially what you're communicating to your managers, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's too strong to say another plot's afoot, but essentially that's correct.
Could be.
Could be.
Could
Okay.
be coming. But by this stage, you are clearly pushing for your deployment to continue, aren't you?
I believe so, yes.
And there is a discussion with, by this stage, MD is Michael Dell, isn't it?
Yep.
DCI Dell has taken over from HN58.
Correct.
And he is instructing you that you will not participate in a conspiracy against L5. That's the first bullet point.
Okay, yes.
It appears from the long paragraph that the reason for that at that time appears to have been DCI Dell's concern about the administration of justice and avoiding any risk of you misleading a court or the MPS misleading a court. Is that fair?
It's certainly part of it, yeah.
You say part of it. Was your understanding that Dell was telling you, don't get involved in a conspiracy because we'll run into trouble with disclosure if you do?
I mean, I haven't seen this before, but that's certainly how it reads. My abiding memory of when MD took over was an instruction not to be involved in violence at all.
Can I take it from evidence that DCI Dell's arrival heralds a wind of change in that regard?
Certainly, yeah.
And when you say don't get involved in violence at all, that's not just participating, but that's conspiring as well.
That would be anything. I mean, that certainly would be conspiring on that case.
Goes on to say, MT will confine his activities to supplying only that information about L5's location which is available to any casual inquirer. Is that because DCI Dell didn't want one of his officers to do anything that would further or facilitate a plot to commit serious harm against somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, he'll obviously want to give his own evidence, but I would assume so, reading that, based on exactly the points you made to me earlier.
And was that what I can ask you about is was that your understanding of his motivation at the time?
My understanding at the time was probably very wrong. I saw him as a police detective who didn't know anything about intelligence, as opposed to, frankly, a very professional investigator.
I mean, I'm understanding you to be saying essentially there's a difference of professional opinion about how you should proceed.
That would be true.
But there was more going on, wasn't there? You wanted this deployment to continue for your own reasons.
Certainly.
Can we go just to one more last report and questions before lunch. Volume 4, sir, tab C125, MPS 308258. So I'm being asked to stop. Oh, no, false alarm. We will get the joys of 0008258 before lunch. Thank you. A report, 5th of March 2002, attributed to you under the heading ALF Target L5. L5, the Hunt supporter deemed responsible for driving over and seriously injuring Hunt saboteur L4 in September 2000, has been successfully housed by ALF activists to an address on the outskirts of Crawley, Sussex. Housed means his home has been identified.
Yep.
Since being identified as the person responsible for L4's injuries, L5 has become a high-profile hate figure for animal rights activists. This information may now provide a focus and opportunity for extremist elements within the Animal Liberation Front to cause serious injury to L5. There may now be a real danger of L5 being seriously harmed. It is unlikely that further information about this matter will be obtained. So the information you are passing back to your managers is to the effect the risk to L5 has elevated considerably because he has been located.
Yes.
The date of this, 5th of March, is not very long before the end of your deployment, is it? It was later that month.
Okay, I accept that.
It says, it is unlikely that further information about this matter will be obtained. Is the imminent end of your deployment the reason why that is unlikely, or was there some other reason?
It may well be. Obviously, I wouldn't have written this final version of the report anyway. But without knowing where it originally came from, I don't know for sure.
Without naming them out loud, who housed L5?
I can't remember.
How did you obtain that information?
Can't remember that either.
Was it true, or was this an attempt by you to generate a reason for extending your deployment?
No, if he was housed, he was housed.
Was L5, to the best of your knowledge, actually ever physically attacked?
I don't know.
To the best of your knowledge, did L1, L2, L3, and the fourth person, or any of them, ever go on to obtain a weapon from an alternative source?
Not that I'm aware of.
If they had, I want to give you the opportunity to deal with this. If they had the strength of feeling and the violent intent that you have described, and if it is true that by March of 2002 L5 had been housed, surely L5 would have been attacked.
There were a number of other things happening, and eventually, I think I can say this, L5 had a sort of bit of a fall from grace anyway within those circles.
When?
But I can't remember.
When?
I can't remember. But say, I don't know. Sorry, L4 had a fall from grace. My mistake.
Even if L4 had a fall from grace, L5 was still a person who had, in the eyes of activists at least, deliberately
Yes.
run over and almost killed one of their number.
Yep.
On your account, there would be every reason for violent revenge still to have taken place.
Yep.
As far as we're aware, it didn't.
As far as we're aware.
So would that be an appropriate time to stop?
Yes, I think so. Would everybody be ready to start again at 10 past? 10 past.
All rise.